there we go. Yeah, non-tech book. Pure fiction. Change fonts? Eh. Font should be the choice of the consumer. Oh, I was gonna say, like, I can't tell a difference between those two. Like, what did you change? No, I definitely don't want this. Not at all. I don't want to learn an entirely new UI rendering framework. Not at all. Nope. Not going to do it. How far along has Tauri come? As far as spinning up new projects. All right, so project name, we're gonna call it Orderly Tauri. Yep, we're gonna use TypeScript, JavaScript, PNPM. We're gonna use React just for productivity. TypeScript, and bam. Let me double check this. Hey, anonymous gifter, thank you. So Pandemonium, Defect, They Call Me Tojo, Mickey Dev, and The It of Alan. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, thank you, anonymous gifter. Okay, so I think we just want to update our... Oh, you know what? Yeah, we can close that. We'll do it at the top level. Yeah, whoever gifted that, thank you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas or any holiday you do celebrate. Appreciate you. Oh, I love this image it's about to change, though. That one's good, too, though. Dude, that's such a good Banksy. That is such a good Banksy painting. Okay. Let's update VS Code. We've only got one open. This is a perfect time to do it. Man, I really want to know who gifted that now. But you don't got to dox yourself. Thank you. I love this image. Anyone know what this is a reference to? It's a Dune reference. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Yeah. I like the dog in the sleeve of the hoodie as a sandworm. Solid. Okay, so... we want to update our Vite plugin React. We're going to make that 2.1. Oh, it got postponed. Oh, that's a bummer. All right, so no more peer dependency issue. Let's go to their GitHub and fix that. Whoa! Who did that one? Hey, collaborative rocker, Mr. Sir. Thank you. All right, so Burnt Toast, Code Helix, S. Colombian, Mr. Swez, Lord Roast Beef, Reju, On Nightly, Janhua, Aline, and Shaun of the Dead. Damn, level 4 hype train already, too. Thank you. All right, so create Tauri app here. Yeah, Merry Late Christmas. How you doing, Portal? Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. I like to take a quick break from Vexilla every once in a while, just to, like, you know, just to keep myself motivated and happy about it. You know, don't want to burn myself out. And yeah, like, this will be, like, maybe a week. I think probably even less than that. Because I just want to do a proof of concept that I can use for writing a novel. I wouldn't call it procrastination. This is an effective distraction. By doing something else, it keeps you motivated to work on the other thing. And I think some people get bored of seeing the same project every day, too. So this is also for the viewers. For viewers like you. I want to do a quick PR to update their Vite dependency version. Ah, so it's going to be in CLI fragments. Okay. Kind of misunderstood what a fragment was in that case. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll just pull it down. And yeah, thank you all for that hype train. That was huge. Thank you. All right, so we do it for React and then React TS. The same thing. Get status. Get checkout minus B. Update Vite plugin React. I also need to fork it. Yeah, we're gonna figure it out. Oh, and hold on. You just recently wrote a dictation app component that wraps the Whisper CPP implementation. Yep, that's what we're using. Worked fairly straightforward, and the model really works like a charm by now. Yeah. So that's literally what we're using. We're using Whisper CPP. We just compiled it yesterday into WASM, and we'll be using that in our, in our Tauri app. We could probably do it as a web app. I just think for managing file system stuff and all that, it makes more sense as a Tauri app. But we'll see. I'm not sure yet. So there you go. So a dictation-based writing tool. Yeah, just for like file system access and downloading large models and stuff like that. It just makes more sense. Not having to worry about like IndexedDB and all that stuff. Like, ugh. But yeah, how you doing, Spiridon? Yeah, it's basically, I have most likely a somewhat short novel I want to write, based off a dream I had. You know, something silly, not anything technical, but I don't want to have to type the whole thing out. As most of y'all would know, I'm not the greatest typist. I don't type that fast. I don't want to be limited by the speed of typing. I also, type enough on stream. If I'm over on gaming stream while we're watching some movie and I'm dictating some prose for the book I want to write, that's nice and easy, and I don't need to like worry about my hands. I think it'd be nice for composing emails and things like that. Boom, no big deal. So yeah, I don't know. It's pretty much a proof of concept for a larger writing tool I want to make. Yeah, I was gonna say, we should probably do that. Typist. I type with a flourish. We're using whisper.cpp, which is an LLM for taking audio and turning it into text. Whisper.cpp compiles to WASM. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Node.js backend doesn't make any sense for me. Yeah, like we're gonna need file system access to download the, the models, right? Where's the demo? Yeah, no worries. Just pointing it out. I think just due to the size of these models, the large... Oh, that's, disk space, right? The large model is 2.9 gigs. I don't want to serve that to anybody, right? No, thank you. I also don't want to have to download it more than once if I clear my browser cache or some junk. No. Like, I don't want to do that. We don't want to do a round trip to the server with audio, right? Bandwidth is just too much. That's possible, Spiridon, but that's outside the scope of what I'm trying to do. right? And on your phone, you already have Siri and other things that are really quite good at doing the dictation stuff anyway, right? So the phone isn't even really a good use case in my opinion. On a phone, you'd be better off just wiring up to Siri. But yeah, this is for writing a novel that I want to write. Like a short novel. Like not a children's novel, but not a young adult novel. Like the right in between. You know, aiming at elementary school. Like later stage elementary school. Yeah, this is for like my own selfish use case. It's just pure fiction. Think of it like Phantom Tollbooth. That kind of like style of novel. Right, so somewhat fantastical. That's my goal. Old kids? I've heard people call it middle age. But I think middle age is also kind of like ambiguous, because when most of us hear middle age, we picture some, you know, some balding dude with a Corvette, right? Yeah, exactly. But that's not actually the case. In like children's books, they call that still middle age. From everything I've looked up and seen. Right, calling it a middle-aged children's novel is probably the most accurate representation. So middle-aged child is very different from middle-aged adult. I'm not positive. I'm pretty sure I've seen that when I tried to look it up. Nah, middle age is there. They're talking about like old school middle age. Middle grade, maybe? Middle grade novel might be what I'm looking for. I don't know. I could have sworn I saw middle age or something there. What genre? Basically like Phantom Tollbooth. Somewhat fantastical, but some grounding in the real world too. At least in parts. Right? At least for the setup. It's based off a dream I had. A recurring dream, actually. I've had it 2, maybe 3 times. This last time was the most vivid. I doubt I'll be famous. But I don't know. Could still be something worth like selling to someone. Right? Sell it to Netflix so they make a series about it. I think technically the software I use to eventually start writing stuff would be something I could actually sell. But I wouldn't get famous off that. That's fine. Sure. Yeah, I don't know how publishing a book or any of that stuff works. No idea. I'll probably just self-publish to Gumroad and Amazon. At least to start. There's a character in it that is literally Rainn Wilson. Right, because he's actually like really into like folk music, and I don't know. I just think like he was in the dream too. But he's like a very small part. He's like part of the beginning and the end. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it'll be fun to write. It'll be fun to make. It's the one that I requested Time Enjoyed to do the cover for at some point. Once I have it written out, at least in a rough draft, you know, send it to her so she can evaluate and think of a good cover for it. No, it's pretty rare, X Factor. That's why I think it's so powerful. Or why it's so, like, powerful as a memory in my mind and something that I want to create. Oh, but yeah, hold on. So, yeah, let's do this part. I want to do just one quick fix to create Tauri app. Add upstream. Makes sense, bad cop. Yeah, I stayed up super late one night. It must have been like Sunday. I forget which day. Maybe Saturday? And you were still going. Like, oh, whoa. Yeah. Like, it was like 3, maybe 4 a.m. And I think you were still going. Unplanned? Yeah. I've done like an unplanned, like 18-hour stream before. Just, yeah, it's been a while since we did that. But yeah, I used to start streaming at like 6 a.m. And I ended up going till like real late that night. We haven't done that in a few years though. I know, right? Obviously Bash, Sergeant Pepper. And hey, you got the name! You added the semicolon at the end. Ooh, nice. Bad cop approves. Bad cop approves. So yeah, let's just do this one quick create Tauri app fix. I know, right? And hey, what's up, Corey? How you doing? I don't think there's a related issue. Let's double check it. Yep, nope, we're good. All right. I don't think it requires a new version. I doubt any of this would be a problem. Cool. So let me go just copy and paste the warning that we got. Oop. That's it. Okay, cool. Right, super simple, but that's one of the things we can do in open source. We see a problem, we can actually just fix it. It's awesome, right? It's the future. Way of the future. So yeah, we just got real productive there real fast with such a simple change too. So you know what? I think it's time for a beverage. So let me go rinse out the glass. I'm gonna grab some soda. And I'll be right back. So give me just a sec. That there, grab the soda from the mini fridge. Hold on. Okay. Yes, Corey, it is a request for the original developer to pull in my change, right? So if you look at the top here, you can see that I would like them to take something from my repo and my branch and merge it into their repo and their branch. So I'm pushing to my fork because I don't have access to push to theirs. Wait, what do you mean prevent? And Mnauer, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. I get it. You're saying that I must have used AI to make this PR because it's just so complicated? Yeah, exactly. Right, we did it so fast. Had to have been AI. All right. So we probably don't need whisper.cpp still open. We don't need that open. Don't need that. Don't need that. I might need the Tauri docs, actually. Let's close that. And here we go. All right, so yeah, we'll see about using this. I think we're probably fine without it. So we do want to copy what we just built in Whisper CPP. We're going to transfer it into here somewhere. I'm going to make a new folder, call it Whisper. All right, so we run Tauri. It starts up really fast. We'll let it finish. Applied to another job yesterday. Pretty pumped on it. It's for a DevRel role. I think they had some really good fields in their process that allowed me to really talk about why I think I'm a fit. Well, Pravan, I'm unemployed right now. Company I was at had some layoffs. Best job I've ever had. But, yep, startup life. It has been really hard for some startups to secure funding this year. Oh, it happens. I'm not worried about it. They gave me a month of severance. I still have fond feelings for the company and the people I worked with. Yeah, one of them said they're going to be sending an offer probably next week. Another process I'm going to like the next round of interviews next week. I got a couple interviews that were like initial ones that they decided not to move forward, which is fine, you know. One of them would have been really cool. Yeah, I would have really liked to work at AuthZed. I think the product and the idea is amazing, right? Something Google Zanzibar based. Real quick, while we're letting that install, Google Zanzibar says AuthZed is most likely the popular one, but Oso is another good one. Yeah. Are they hiring? And Oso means bear. That's why they got a bear as a logo. Jeez. I think we all know I wouldn't be at that end of the range for my first DevRel job. But I like that room for growth. Maybe motivate Matt. Where's the mouse wheel click? And I know, you can do it with triple click if you configure Mac that way. I think, yeah, like that. Nope, never mind, didn't do it. Oh wait, yeah, that was it. So triple click works too. I don't mind just doing open a new tab, right? The more I need to like think about what I'm doing, the less effort, or like the less ideal. Whereas my brain is basically wired to right click and open a new tab without thinking about the process. To change that process is just more effort than it's worth. How much time would I save versus how much time would I lose trying to retrain my brain? Over 10 years, maybe enough. But it's one of those decisions you have to make that I think if you believe in the decision quota, it eats into your decision quota. I'm on the fence on whether I believe in the decision quota. I do believe the idea that we make worse decisions when we're tired. That usually ends up with the end of the day. But I don't know if there's actually like some number that you got to worry about. I just think, yeah, don't make decisions when you're tired. So yeah, let me just paste this over for myself. Because I will be applying to one of those. Whether I actually get it, that's a totally different thing. And hey, anonymous gifter, thank you. Are you the same anonymous gifter that gave out those 5? You're gonna have to say so. If you did say so, you wouldn't be anonymous anymore. And we are still compiling. I'm looking forward to updating my Mac Mini here when I get my next job. Yeah, boots is a fuzzy term. It did bootstrap this part real fast. It just didn't bootstrap that part real fast. Rust is fast, compiling Rust is not. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I'll happily keep applying to Netflix. That salary would be life-changing. If you ever want to know, you just go to levels.fyi. I don't think they take into account location necessarily, but Seattle is an expensive enough city that you're pretty much like within line of like the San Fran rates too. So yeah, when we look at Netflix, even if I got in at L3, life-changing, right? That's a big enough number above what I've gotten previously. That said, I think I'm technically closer to L4, like for Netflix, and that would be life-changing. That's like, whoa. Whoa. Working up to L5. Whoa. I can't remember which one Prime is. I feel like he said it before. And he's been there long enough. I would bet that he's worked himself up to staff. Yeah, I would say probably L7. No, I don't think he's L7 yet. No, I'm pretty sure he's like at L6. Do you think he's a principal? Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. I could have sworn I've heard him say that he's... Yeah, I don't remember. I feel like I don't remember him saying he's L7, but maybe he's worked up to it since then? I don't know. So, Pravan, that's just longevity. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, either way, even at this point, he's killing it. Even if he's only L5, he's killing it. Living in Montana on this salary? Or, I don't think it's Montana anymore. I don't want to necessarily dox it. I think he said it before. But holy shit, dude. Like, yeah. King of the castle. I would guess that Trash Dev is an L4, which is pretty solid. Yeah, Netflix is the highest paying of any of the FANG companies. Or manga, or whatever you want to call it. Netflix has the highest salaries because it does actual salary and very little stock. Whereas most of the other companies make up for it with stock. All right, hold on. Let's just double check that so I can show you. Right? If you're looking at Amazon for a similar L6 style role, hold on. Had to kill a little bug. Oh. He did. Right. So Amazon, hold on, I didn't mean to actually click that. Oh yeah, I did. All right. You know, the salary is not life-changing, but the value of the stock would probably end up changing and making it worthwhile. My guess is it's also easier to get to principal at Amazon. But look at it, right? At Amazon, your stock outweighs the salary. So it's a very different approach. This is just pay ranges and brackets. It's about experience and, you know, how you get utilized and all that stuff, Corey. So it's going to change from company to company. One big reason some of the companies like Amazon and Microsoft favor stock so heavily is because the stock vests over time. So if you end up leaving the company after a year, you don't get nearly as much of the stock that you would have gotten if you were there for 4 years. So because of that, they are massively incentivized to also cut the fat more often. What? What? All right, so the issue here is I am using the wrong version of Rust. There you go, Sergeant Pepper. Irish soda's not bad either. Let's make sure we update Rust up. One thing I don't like is they don't actually tell us what version of Rust we want. Let's just double check, do an update. Yes. So the magic of Tauri is that you would use, like, it's similar to Electron, but for the back end and the system level code, you actually write Rust. Oh, hold on. Wrong thing. All right, so active is stable now. Okay, so let's try pnpm Tauri dev. We have to re-download all of this because we have updated our Rust version. Yeah, it's really cool, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, I'd say check it out. Space Drive by Jamie Pine is using Tauri as its wrapper. It was using nightly. I like to avoid nightly if I can. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper, that's one of my favorite things, like for leak code stuff. I'll hack it out and make it work in TypeScript first, and then I'll go do the same one in Rust or Go, just to practice. It's a great way of doing it, because you already figured out the way to do it. Now you just need to figure out the syntax. In a similar way, I have a project that I like to rewrite in new languages too. Haven't done that for a while, but yeah. Right, so Proficientim right here. The front end here is Angular. It was written in React. Angular 2 came out and I wanted to, I went to an Angular hack day and rewrote the front end in Angular. The back end, though, started out, this is using Node, but I have rewritten the back end in Go, Rust, and Elixir, and I started doing it in Swift as well. Why? Because it checks off a lot of boxes for API development languages. So it needs to create a REST API with GET and POST endpoints. It needs to fetch data from external APIs for, synonyms for words, and it needs to parse XML and JSON. Beyond that, it also needs to check the Whois database, I need to cache data in Redis. Like, there's a whole bunch of, like, checkboxes of things that you would most likely have to do with a lot of common APIs that you're going to write RESTfully. So, for me, this API checks all those boxes, but it's only 2 endpoints. So it's nice and simple to re-implement. So that, like, you know, it helps me gauge the ecosystem around things, like, are there libraries for these things, etc. I don't know, yeah. That's my favorite way of learning a new language. Have something you've built in one, and rebuild it in a new one. Here we go compiling again. Hey, we built. Hello, Foo. You've been greeted from Rust. All right, cool. So we got it working. We got it compiled. Now we can start hacking on it. So if we look in whisper.cpp, examples for Whisper WASM. We see this whole giant thing. Where's helpers.js? I don't see that in the file system anywhere. Oh, yeah, I do. Never mind. Oh, this is cool. Huh. That's nifty. Oh, shit. Sorry for the language. I gotta watch the swearing. All right, so I'm going to copy that. We're going to say whisper extras in there. And yeah, here you go. That's right. I wanted to show this to Spiridon. Hope he's still around. But yeah, this is the live in-browser example of consuming the WASM SIMD stuff. Requires Chrome because Firefox cannot load files larger than 256 megs. So you would be limited to the base, the tiny implementations. You could not use small. You could theoretically use the quantized versions up to small. And yeah, I should paste that for people on YouTube. We need to load a model. We'll just do small for now. I just want to see how quickly it runs. So we loaded the audio, and let's transcribe it. All right, so the way that I think this has to work is in my app, when I do a recording, we create a node for that recording. We store the WAV file to disk, and then we process that file in the background for everything I've recorded. We most likely want to hold on to the file. So instead of a WAV file, I might want to convert it to an MP3 or something. Because the lossiness of an MP3 is not going to be a problem. So if we were to create a new design, right? My thought would be, as we record something new, we'd get one of these, and in it we would see, you know, timestamp would be in there somewhere. Oop. We would see label, which would start out as something default-ish. probably based on the timestamp. We'd want to have some settings, right? What settings are we going to care about? We could let the user decide on a title template string. Right, we got to think about what we'd want to configure for this. So a title template string. Update titles. This would actually be like within that. So yeah, maybe we want to like update the title of a section, right? Or a snippet. We want to do the timestamp. Loading for content. And we'd probably end up having some kind of like ... up there. No worries, Ranok. Yeah, it's in the title, right? So we're going to be using React for the front end for this Tauri app. The WASM stuff is whisper.cpp. We would end up having like a draggable section for it. I've used it lightly. Like nothing crazy. It works in basically the same way. Right? There's going to be a way of linking things up via a bridge. You're going to write your back-end code on the back end, and you're going to write your front-end code on the front end, and they just use the bridge to communicate. And real quick, sorry iSense. So iSense, I get you. We have a block on tabs comments, usually to prevent like the low effort comments. That's not low effort, so 1 second. We can read your comments still though, so don't worry about reposting it. But, you know, you can do links and good effort questions like that in the future. So, there you go. But for the most part, everything from this tab to the left is my archive. The reason I maintain a tab archive like this is because the moment I bookmark something, it's gone. It's out of sight, out of mind. I also am able to use what's available in my tabs to start typing like, you know, let's look at the from junior to senior article. And I could switch to the tab, or I could just automatically have it be filtered straight to the top of my list and open it in a new tab, but still maintain the archive. Right, so the main gist is easy access to the things that I want to have easy access to, and also optimizing for the fact that once something is bookmarked, it's basically like it doesn't exist anymore. I don't think bookmarks are a good use case. In the same way, I don't think tab groups would be a good use case, because that, again, I wouldn't see it anymore. As far as a process, I mean, we might take channel points or something for going through the archive at some point. How would I change the UI? I wouldn't. I think it also makes sure that my working tabs don't expand too far. Motivate, worrying about the RAM is actually inconsequential. All of these tabs you see, the only thing that's sitting in active memory is the icon, the URL, and the title. That's it. That's it. They might be maintaining that snippet. Right? Your browsers and your operating system are very good about utilizing virtual memory, where it's taking what's in RAM and paging it to disk. So all inactive tabs get paged. Yeah, sorry, Ranok, 1 second. I do want to point out, it's just not a fun conversation to chat about the tabs, though. Right? We deal with it too much, it's just not worth it. Right? There is zero value we're going to gain from having this conversation yet again. Right? 486 times. Where would you have drawn the line? Probably way less than 400, right? And we haven't even incremented that number every single time. So when would you be tired of this conversation? Ages ago. Most of chat that is here every day is tired of this conversation. That's why we delete comments about tabs. Maybe I sense, but no, I can do whatever I want. I can just delete the comments. Wow, Meta, you haven't actually tried to post a link before? But yeah, inactive tabs get paged to disk. 0 RAM consumed. They do consume virtual memory, but virtual memory is just hard drive space or disk space. So understanding how virtual memory works and how paging works and how caching that stuff works will massively help you understand why the amount of tabs I have is not a problem. When people say, oh my God, my computer would die with that many tabs, I call bullshit. You know what's way worse? VS Code instances. All right, so let's get back to what we're actually trying to do here. Yeah, I get that one, Sergeant Pepper, and that's a huge problem. But I get it. Like, some people have to do that, so yeah, makes sense. Hold on, 1 sec. Oh my God, this is such a surprise. I totally wasn't just lurking you. How's it going, Zayu? What are you up to? How's your stream? I wasn't paying that close attention. I believe you're doing your HTMX and something else thing, right? Hyper99. Ooh, that's fun. Astrosfelt HTMX. And then writing a new K multiplayer? I'm guessing that was just a typo. I was gonna like wonder, what is a K multiplayer game? Ooh. But no, yeah, typo. Yeah, all right. I mean, sounds like you could make up a new word at this point. It's not just multiplayer, it's K multiplayer. Yeah, patent pending, trademarked. But yeah, everyone, please go follow Zayu. Awesome stream. Really good streamer. Oh, it's going great. Yesterday we finished our Kotlin implementation for Vexilla. Today, we are pivoting to a quick little proof of concept, kind of like toy app that I want to make, where I can speak into the microphone, have it generate text for me from that audio, and then compose that into a book, basically. I want to write a book, a novel technically, without having to type all of it. Yeah, exactly, Lady Blue Nuts. Yep. Yeah, so over on Gaming Stream at some point, we'll be watching a movie or something. I'll have my mic muted and I'll be dictating, you know, portions of the book. That's the goal. And it's also a bit of a proof of concept for a larger, kind of like book writing / TV show writing tool I want to make too. This is basically the proof of concept to help figure out what I would like to do better in the larger application. Like most things, I'm going to build an app for myself and hope that other people find it useful. I'm pouring another soda. But yeah, how was your holidays, Zayu and Lady Blue Notes? Soda. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do remember Jason Torres saying that he's worked in movies. Glasses from Alt F4 stream has also worked in like the industry a bit. So yeah. Yeah, for the most part, I want to build it out in a way that makes sense to me first. It's going to be about basically maintaining like multi-episode or season arcs for characters, having conversations that link up to these arcs, and then interspersing them in moments of the show where we have a gap and things like that. I think it would help automate some of the like A plot, B plot type stuff. Yeah. Like, I have a TV show I want to write, you know? Things like that. So, I want to build tools for that. If I can build the tool right, I could license it to Netflix, etc., right? To Hollywood studios, whatever. I think that would be worthwhile. Right? Like, how much of, like, a multi-season, multi-episode arc just has to exist in some writer's head for, like, where it's going to go and what conversations would be there? When instead, you could write all the conversations for the arc, and then they're just, like, vignettes that you plug and play into the story as you see fit. That's the basic gist of, like, the larger app that I want to build. This one is, like, what we're doing right now is not for that. This is just so I can write the book so that I don't have to type it all out. But eventually, like, figuring out how we work with, you know, the nodes of paragraphs or multiple paragraph sections and how we, how we maintain some of that. That'll help inform how the next tool ends up being built. Yeah, exactly, Zayu. Like, yeah, this is totally going to be about dragging and dropping. Even for the book I want to write, the drag and drop and like reordering of things is going to be important. Grouping certain things together into a chapter is going to be important. So yeah, that's basically the goal. Yeah, that type of like composability, reorderability, basically a postcard system kind of thing, or index card system or whatever, right? And at that point, turning the index card system into a storyboard, right, would be pretty easy. You could even then maybe use an LLM to generate imagery from an index card. So basically like automated storyboarding. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. But that's way down the line. Just our simple proof of concept is going to be way less than that like automated whole other process thing. This is going to be another large project we have to work on at some point. Yeah, we're using Tauri for this because for like the audio dictation, we're going to be using whisper.cpp. They weren't kidding when they said that this takes a while. They were not kidding. Still processing. But yeah, the basic idea is, yeah, you can use WASM in the browser for whisper.cpp, which is the thing that is going to be transcribing from the audio. The fact that this is taking so long is not great. JS full default returned 0. Well, let's try this again. I don't know, let's look. Chrome helper's doing a bunch of work, maxing out the CPU there. Oh, we definitely want to quit Rancher. Rancher's chewing up a bunch of resources. That could be a huge part of the problem. QEMU, chewing up so many resources right now. Only reason we have to use QEMU is because I haven't updated macOS in ages. Switching or upgrading to Monterey should be able to fix that here soon. So yeah, right now we see Google Chrome helper consuming more than 100% CPU, which means that the multi-threading is working as expected. That's pretty cool. And yeah, what's up, Standard? How you doing? We just went over this, Zayu. The tabs chew up basically no RAM. That's what virtual memory and paging to disk is for. All right, we got a few tabs chewing up stuff, but really just not much. And even then, when they say 44 megs, that could easily be in the swap and the virtual memory and not in physical memory. Swap is basically the paging. So we do see Google Chrome helper chewing up a whole bunch of resources. We don't have a proper GPU, which is probably why this takes so long. So if I were gonna do the writing stuff, I would probably do it on my gaming PC. What is happening right now? We are trying to see if Whisper.cpp works in the browser. Yeah, no worries, Zay. Have a good one. Thank you for the raid. I was really hoping we'd get this to finish a bit quicker, though. That's one way to do it, Ranok. I think for now, I wanted to see what like the performance implications would be. Because I don't think the WASM would be that much slower than just a CPP or like a CPU bound thing anyway. I mean, Jarrell, from what we're seeing right now, real time isn't a thing. Yeah, I would expect that the WASM versus like raw CPU would probably not be that much of a difference. If I was using GPU, then yeah. Technically, in Chrome, you have access to web GPU as well. So I'd be really curious about how well this works over in like on a Windows machine or on my Windows like game machine. I'd be curious about like the problems there. Is what supported already. Web GPU is supported in Chrome. What's the difference? This is theirs. That's exactly it. This is Whisper.cpp. This is the same dude that made Whisper.cpp. He's hosting it. It's literally what you're talking about, Jarrell. That's fine. Yeah, performance is really not great. I blame my Mac Mini. It is ancient. I really do think we'd have better results on the Windows machine. I almost just want to kill it and try and restart. We see that the audio we're processing is only 11 seconds long, 176,000 samples, right? And that's based on the sample rate of the audio file. That's possible too, right? Like, what if we used a smaller model? Right, you can see we used the biggest one we could. Yeah, Whisper is a tool specifically made for creating text from audio. Yeah, let's just kill it. Let's reload. Let's do the tiny model. Sure. Let's choose a file. That's the one they recommended right there. Right, we see it consuming more than one core. Ah, okay. Did yours actually complete, or is it still going? So you ran the small model live, right? Via like the talk example, I'm gonna guess. About 1.5 seconds. Okay. Oh, which one did you do? Oh, you just did this one with microphone. Oh, yeah, so I don't know what the difference between talk and main would be. No clue. Yeah, I forgot they had the microphone right here. I don't know. This seems pretty busted. I think there's something fundamentally just wrong here. But I don't know what would fix it. Oh, I see. That makes more sense. What I find strange is that we see number of threads here is 4 out of 4. So 4 threads, but we have it set to 8. Okay. I mean, the file's linked at the top, man. Tiny seemed to work pretty well. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, and ask what you can do for your country. Yeah, I'm blaming just the ancientness of this Mac Mini. It's a 2015. It's a 2015. Yeah. Still chugging along. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when it was doing the compilation yesterday, yeah. That was not ideal. Yes, we're looking at almost 5 minutes on this thing. Whereas, Jarrell, you have a nice PC, right? Yeah, Metajeza, what are the specs on your machine? How your mobile device does now? Oh, man. Yeah, that sounds sketch. Oh, right, exactly. If we reload, right, that's like the tiny, but you can also quantize the model. And at a quantized model, you can get it down to 31. Okay, so that sounds about right. Yeah, that makes so much more sense there, Metajeza. But we got it to work. So, yeah, the experiment can continue. I think first step I want to do is take what we have in this file, index.whatever, we'll throw that in there, and then we're going to start gutting this thing. Damn, Owen. Yeah, good luck, Jarrell. So yeah, this is the source code for what you saw here in the UI. Wait, really, Jarrell? Interesting. Something's just broken about my Mac Mini, I guess. I know, it's a 2015 Mac Mini. Right? Your phone actually has a GPU in it that is probably more capable than the one in my Mac Mini. I would bet, yeah, I would bet your phone actually has a more capable GPU than my Mac Mini does. I would actually bet that. Wait, what phone do you have? Pixel 5? Okay. Okay, so something is just fundamentally wrong with this PC. It is most likely a memory pressure issue. I do have a lot of stuff chewing up RAM. Right? Firefox alone is chewing up way too much. If I refresh there, we might be able to get it lower. I can close Affinity Photo and some other things. I doubt it's the tabs, but yeah, Tab E is chewing up some stuff. Yeah, I doubt we're going to improve upon too much of it. I've only got 16 gigs of RAM. And most of it is used. So I was probably paging to disk a lot. Yeah, it's probably the RAM pressure. And Chrome is consuming a bit, but I think it's all page, so it should be fine. But Tabby, chewing up a lot. Finder, chewing up a lot even. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. But let's go through the process of actually gutting what we got a bit. Yeah, so we need to use hash router. That's fine. Let's install React Router. Oh, I could use Memory Router too? I forgot Memory Router was even a thing. Oh, fancy. Yeah, that would work just fine. So just React Router DOM. Oh. All right, so we're going to create a demo.tsx to try and recreate what we got in a React context from their base index.template. But we also want to bring in app.tsx somewhere. All right, so we got router provider. We're not bringing app into here. We'll leave that style.css stuff. Let it just pop open a new window here. Okay. So that's what the issue was there. So now that we're over here, we got that. I need to create a demo here. Sure, we'll do a hello world. We shouldn't need this import React from React, but whatever. That should be something that Vite should be able to solve for us. But okay, so here in router, Coca-Cola. Excuse me. Yeah. So Owen, hold on. Irish John Games. His game is Rise of Piracy, right? Because I feel like I've seen Steam actually recommending it. Yeah, that's awesome. The fact that Steam is recommending it to me is really cool. Like, it's been in my, Whoa, really? Oh, dude. Yeah, he's killing it. Microprose is awesome. They're the original Sid Meier creator. Like, or publisher, I should say. That's awesome, dude. Ah, yeah, he's killing it. He's the man. Yeah, he's killing it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that release. happily buy licenses to his game to do a giveaway here on stream at some point. I extend that offer to basically every other game maker. No one's actually taken me up on that, though. Right? Tim Bodette, bunch of them. Hey, yeah, you release a game? Let me buy some licenses. I'm not looking for the handouts. And let me do some giveaways for it. But so far, no one's actually, like, taken me up on that offer. Coffee mug and a flask. Oh, he has actually flasks? Oh, that's huge. Yeah, I brought some flasks home from New York. Yeah, that's awesome, man. All right, so we got the hello world there. We got our CSS extracted. Let's go look more at what's in here. I'm gonna grab the entire main container. We're gonna throw that as our top level there. Oh, and yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to fix here. All right, so let's do this first. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. I messed that up. We'll just replace every BR. Do the same for every HR. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of fixes for that. We can still do like the on change. Right, the types are wrong though. That's fine. Wait, what? Oh, it's HTML4, not label4. That's right. What are some others? So yeah, the style equals stuff we'll want to fix. Oh, I don't know what the fix for controls would be. So yeah, this is a lot of stuff to like gut and change. Oop. Okay, so a lot of these on clicks. So I want to basically extract that and reduce the amount of junk we got to do for it. So that means we're going to do const model options is equal to that label value string, yeah. So then here label value that. Okay. So tiny.en is the value. Label is something like that. Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, maybe we could not, or we could, like, prevent having to duplicate, like, some of this, but when we see the labels, we see that their name is not that deterministic. All right. Stream I was lurking rated someone. I don't know them. I'm gonna lurk this other stream. All right, so we got a few of these to keep doing. Not sure why the IDs there are necessary. I don't think they are, actually. Ooh, but before we go too much further, I probably want to... Whoa. Yeah, there's going to be chaos there. We're going to do PNPM add. Watching a movie? What movie real quick, Owen? That's important. That's real important. I think it's just case. Let me double check that. Yep. And man, I use case so much. Yeah, it's one of the essential, like, case conversion libraries for JavaScript, TypeScript. Like, it's really good. Right, the fact that it hasn't changed in 4 years, I don't think is actually a problem. Like, what else would need to change about it? Oh, and this is one of my favorite things. Right, when you look at these graphs, There is a massive dip during this week of December. Like, massive dip. Every library experiences it because people are just not working as much during this time. That's always just, like, it's funny how universal that is. We're gonna do another soda. But yeah, Owen, you gotta tell us the movie. Come on, man. What kind of soda? Coca-Cola. Just nice and easy. If you mean the other soda, maybe ask me over on the other stream later. Right? Like the flavor enhancer. The Runner. I don't know that one. I'm gonna guess you mean the 2021 film? Eric Balfour? Looks alright. Is it mostly like an Irish film or something? I don't know why, it looks a little low budget to me. This person rated it as an 8 of 10 though. So it might be pretty damn good. Oh, it gets a 4.1 totally though, yeah. It is US? Alright, yeah, I don't know. Right, 4.1 isn't necessarily bad. I really like Ice Pirates. Pretty sure it's... Wow, it's a 5.6? Really? Really? Huh. And what else has this dude directed? Oh, he did Passenger... Oh, writer for Passenger 57. What else has this guy directed? Nothing good. Oh, he's the director of Tammy and the T-Rex? Oh, that's... Yes, that's why he hasn't done much. He's never made a movie above a 7. He directed Mac and Me? Oh! Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, that's really not good. Legendary. For everyone who doesn't know, when Paul Rudd goes on Conan, or when he went on Conan, when he's promoting a film, they would always play the same clip from Mac and Me. It's that bad of a movie. That's funny. Wow. Yeah, so it kind of makes sense why Ice Pirates is critically panned by most people. Okay, so one thing, model options. We're gonna generate a type for this. All right, so as we keep looking at these, there is tiny en, base, small en, small, and those are all the main ones. Oh, and they do it via the file input. Okay. I think I got too many of these, but we'll figure it out. So tiny en, tiny. That one's also 75 meg. Base en. Base. And the size of base is 142. Yup. And then we get small. At 466. I'm going to comment that. Oop. I'm going to do a for loop. Model options dot map, not a for loop, but a map. I don't think we actually need to do this. We can just make it an element. That is a button. Fetch, whisper, case dot kebab. Oh, hold on, we need to bring in case. All right, so we do a button with an ID. On click is then something like this. Load whisper tiny, and actually and nope, this is option.value. And then in here, this is option.label. So then from here, and yeah, dude, the massive overuse of BRs, pretty gross. But we do want to just make this work. So we're going to keep going through the process of porting this over, because I want to see it work within Tauri. And yeah, we're using React, so we got to do it that way. So wait. I think I deleted the file input. So we'll have to fix that in a sec. Not sure if that's even enough, but we'll fix it here in a sec. So then tiny en q 5.1 and then tiny q 5.1. Oop, wrong place. For base, we do something similar. And yeah, the 5.1.5.0 stuff, yeah, that's why we can't necessarily just do a programmatic version of all of them. So, yep, not a big deal. But we can replace those two. We do the same thing for small, and we don't get to the 5.0 until we get to medium, and large doesn't have an E yet. Okay. Ooh, the size though. Damn. The size is 57 meg. So then this one, still 5.1. We want 182. And the word small goes in there. So then for medium, it's the 5.0, and it's 515 meg. And then last but not least, we'll have the large one. Comment that for now. So it's large, it's, oh, hold on, I messed up already. Ah, shit. And yeah, medium went to the Q50. Oop. And the size for large is 1030. All right, so now we go do a similar thing where we loop over the model options. It goes right there. This becomes quantize model options. And then from here, we're going to have some state we need to choose. Selected model. We set the selected model. Then there's going to be one for selected input. Yep. And that's either going to be file or mic. Yeah, he's been doing that for the past like 3 or 4 days. I actually want to do the same thing, but I want to leave a stipulation in my application that if it comes down to a choice between us, I would refuse the role if Coppinger is not hired before me. I think I'd be like better like full stack focused. He's more like design focused. Yeah, exactly. And it's like a contractor role, so it doesn't technically interfere with anything. It's more about like the hours you can put in per week, which would be really nice. So yeah, I would apply under the stipulation that I wouldn't be able to do more than like 20 hours because I'd have a full-time role that I'm focusing on. But something I could do here on stream would be really fun. Oh, and it's not that, it's that. We'll leave those for now. But checked here. And yeah, so we're getting rid of a bunch of this other stuff, right? Like all the errors and stuff that we're getting. Yeah, so I think what we're seeing is most of this is over here in helpers. So yeah, we're gonna add some stuff to this. CB progress, CB print. Those are just functions, right? Yeah, they're just callbacks. I'm not sure what those should be. This right here is going to be HTML input element, I think. That's a string. We're not sure where that's coming from, so we'll have to figure that part out. so DB name we're not sure about. I also hate bracketless ifs. So if no element, we'll just do that. Do that, clean that up. URL is a string. Size MB is probably a number. We're gonna do that for now. I don't know where DB name comes from. We're gonna have to figure that out. And yeah, function is not a great type. But it's not the end of the world. And we'll leave event any. So yeah, we were in a stream yesterday, the stream we rated. Super cool what he's doing, what he's making. Like the fact that he's making a CRD for OCaml is awesome. I think we actually agreed on the fact that internal types could basically be an any. But for some reason, the word any massively triggered him. Not triggered in like a hugely negative way, but he thought we disagreed because I used the word any. When actually, like, he said the exact same thing after. Right? External types should be typed, right? Your API should be fully type safe. Internally, if the type system gets in your way, just use any. Like, seriously. Some of the most type safe libraries we can find in the JavaScript and TypeScript ecosystem, they use any when the type system is getting in their way, right? The value you gain from type safety is not always equal to the effort you put in to creating the types for it, especially when used internally. In some cases, we know better. All right, so size MB, I'm going to say that's a number. What is DST? Is that daylight savings time? We don't know. All right, so DB name, DB version, DB name, DB version, DB name. Where is that actually getting defined? There it is. So here's another thing, like, why are these not just defined in the helper file as well? And yeah, all that document.getElementById stuff needs fixing too. Okay. Oof. Yeah, I really don't like it. So we're going to go through and optimize this logic. I got to use the restroom real quick, though. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back, and I will see you in a sec. Cheers. All right, I'm back. Okay, so yeah, here we go. Porting this thing over more. And I have no idea what's actually in their main.js file. Hey, what's up, Alex? How you doing? That's it. So it's that lib main.js file there. Okay. That makes sense. What was the meal? Did you have some shrimp? Aha! DST here is a string. We figured it out. Yeah, sounds good. Interesting. Hold on. Bacon bits in the green beans, not in the macaroni? Is that how they incentivize you to actually eat your green beans? Well, we know the green beans won't get eaten, but what if we put some bacon in it? Life hack. I mean, yeah, it gives the green beans bacon flavor. That's a very different thing. $5.2K, there you go. Yeah, so a lot of the functions that are defined inline in this file those are actually going to need to be functions created within the context of our bigger component. There you go, that sounds fun. And you know what? We don't have to do this. Yeah, because we're not ever planning on running this in a different browser. All right, so we've gotten rid of all the errors in that file. Now we need to actually go start porting all of this logic over. So a lot of the stuff that we're missing All right, so the change input stuff, right? We'll want to have a thing for that. Okay, so now we're just missing some functions, the style stuff. Definitely going to want to change that up. On process. Oop, this on change needed work too. All right, so style display none goes away. Oop. Show progress is some state. Starts out false. Okay, so we're pretty close to converting this over, but there's more work to do. And that more work is basically grabbing everything we see in here. All right, so I wanted all that space just to be sure. Print text area. Oh, yep. Oh, that's a weird one. Oop. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of this is looking a bit better now, too. All right, so real quick. Yep, we wanted that over in our DOM here. Oh, and we got so many errors in there. That's a separate thing. Oh, that's so many errors. Oh, I hate it so much. Hey, yeah, what up, Worm? Yeah. I think I'll probably try and finish at about 6. I'm gonna eat a super quick meal, right? Just some chili. And, yeah, what are you thinking? Probably some For the King tonight? Ooh, a game that you might enjoy, I would say put it on your, like, your wish list on Steam for when it goes, like, way cheaper, is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. So it's by the same people that made the Pathfinder games. I don't know if you remember those. I'd recommend the Pathfinder games if you haven't played those yet either. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. They do lack a lot of like voiceover for a lot of the text, so you end up doing a lot of reading. Oh, you've had a day? I'm sorry, man. For the King is pretty stressful though, isn't it? No, I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be a good game. But yeah, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, so I probably won't be ready again for, you know, like 40 minutes from now, at which time we'll end stream, and then, you know, I'll have to eat some food. That'll take like a half hour or so. Yeah, it's a good stress, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'm thinking around 6:30 my time. What's your schedule looking like, actually? Like, how soon would you have to end tonight? I think that would help give me some perspective on it. Oh, and I didn't check for James's reply. Yeah. So James is, so it's tomorrow morning. Okay, yeah, that'll be like a good 2.5 hours. That's fine. Yeah, super chill. Let's pour another soda. And yeah, if there's anyone else wondering what we're doing, trying to wonder, like, you know, what the process is in the moment, what we're doing is we are porting over the logic that was in this, like, demo project. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, so I'm expecting in like an hour or so, like an hour and 10 minutes. That'll when I'm probably gonna be like ready. But yeah, for everyone joining stream right now, the thing we're working on is porting over this whisper.cpp WASM compilation. We're porting it over to React, just so that we can have a baseline of stuff we want to do, functions that need to do a thing, etc. And then after we've done the porting process to React, we will start working on like wiring some of the other stuff up. We're probably going to want to create like a whole separate UI, and that UI is going to be loosely based upon what you see right here. The settings might be on the left or the right or above. We don't care too much about that, but we are going to have some settings. We're going to have these cards that need to be relabeled, and yeah, that'll be a whole separate process. But I want to be able to run the whisper.cpp stuff at some point. I expect this demo to, or not this demo, but our proof of concept to be probably a little bit less than like a week's worth of effort. We're spending most of today getting the whisper.cpp stuff ported over. Then from there, we'll start working on our UI for these other things, and then we'll try and glue together a bunch of that logic. So yeah, for now, this UI skeleton that we have is less relevant. And our main goal is to just recreate this entire UI in React instead of just vanilla.js. So that's a bit of a process. Right? They got inline styles. They got all sorts of other junk. Ugh. Oh, and yeah. Okay, so I see what I want to do with the print text area. This function will probably actually go away. And we'll create just a lightweight one inside the context of the demo.tsx file. Yeah. So, yep, we got some work to do for this print text area function. I actually think I want to gut this, right? And then within the context we have in this page, we can just do that. We'll paste it. We're not exporting nothing. We don't need that. We don't need to clear any of that junk. And what we want to do here is just simply have some state. This is going to be history, basically. So then in here, print text area takes in text string, oops, there. Hostery, totally different thing. Just something you haven't even heard about yet. It's that cool. And we don't care about that. We do want to log the text. I'm fine with that. I hate bracketless ifs. We do want to do something like that. We do that. And then here, this would just simply be set history. You like the name Orderly? Thank you there, Faguana. Appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, it's really a placeholder. But, yeah, I like it. I don't know. We might keep it. We might not. It's just a placeholder for this proof of concept that we're making right now. So, you're thinking a cal.com, but for organizing gaming sessions. How is that any different from just cal.com? I'm kind of curious about that there, Bob. Ooh, and yeah, so hold on. JS concat, does that modify the array, or does it return a whole new array? It returns a new array. It does not change the existing ones. Okay. Oh, hold on. That's what we needed there. So, print text area. Over here in helpers, we probably want to export and export. And what up, On? How you doing? But yeah, Bob, I'm like really curious. Why do you think that cal.com doesn't solve that yet? And here's my next question. Couldn't you maybe just wire up an application that connects to cal.com as like an extension or a plugin using an SDK? And then you're like even more good to go? All right, if they had a better plugin API, you could just extend it. Technically, if their API was just better documented. Wink, like the thing I worked on. Oh, damn, Owen. So you were sick for 2 weeks before you tested positive? Some of that could like easily be the fact that you didn't test it properly. I've definitely messed that up before. When I had it just a month ago, it was the exact same symptoms I had like a year and a half before that. And I didn't test positive a year and a half before, but really, I don't think I did the test properly. I think I messed something up when I did it. Ooh, Owen, yeah, the sneezing is typically like towards the end when you're healing. That's the virus trying to spread itself. Yeah, you were already on like the way out of like the worst part by the time you started sneezing a lot, I bet. The worst part's like the bone ache at the beginning, isn't it? Dude, the bone ache sucked. I wouldn't say pain, it's just like your bones feel weird. Your sides hurting like hell? That was kidney issues, most likely, and that's not good. I don't really remember having kidney issues. You've got the kidney thing too? Gnarly. I think I do remember a little bit of that, but yeah, gnarly. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. All right, so F name here is a string for sure. Buff is a buffer? Array buffer? That inference? Dude, Cody is actually really good, man. I'm seeing Cody do a whole bunch of stuff that I was not expecting to be that good. Yeah, man. Yeah, the more I use Cody, the more into it I am. Too much time in bed. Yeah. Yeah, I think getting up and moving around is totally worth it. Right? Just get the blood flowing, because that's one of the big things that COVID does. It makes your blood thicker than it should be, which increases your blood pressure and all sorts of stuff. Right? Like you need to get your blood flowing. I know it feels nice to just stay in bed all day. And sleeping in is totally worth it, but if you're not actually sleeping, if you're just laying there thinking, that's not good for you. Right? So get up, move around. During sleep, you do a lot of like healing and stuff. But if you're not actually sleeping, it's probably not that valuable. So I'd recommend getting up and moving. If you can. I don't know for sure. I'm not a doctor. Check with your physician, etc. Right? But that was a big thing for me. The sleep thing was an issue? What do you mean by that? Like, was your like nose so clogged that you were having trouble sleeping? Ooh, we can get rid of all of that. Load whisper model? Where is model in this? That is a string. Really, Fuguena? Yeah, for me, it was one of those where like I would get so clogged and then I'd just like turn over because I'm a side sleeper and I'd just let it like transfer over. Yeah, I didn't have much of that, but I was so clogged that at some points I was actually like drooling a bit. Delicious. See, I didn't sneeze much at the beginning of mine. I was just feverish. Makes sense, I get you. Make sure you're getting plenty of vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. Those are like the big three. Weird. All right, so channel count is not part of audio context normally. Echo cancellation? Nope. Auto gain control? Nope. Noise suppression? Nope. Interesting. Might be WebKit only. Yeah, some of these other things are weird. Oh, audio buffer is actually a class. Nice. Do Shroom, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so we still got some work here. We don't know where set audio is coming from. Nope, not yet. Yeah, implicit any we'll leave for now. Yeah, thanks, X Factor. Yeah, I actually thoroughly enjoy converting things over to React. It's like very cathartic. And it has like a very clear start and end. Whereas like so much of what we do as devs is ambiguous about where the end actually is. This has a very clear start and end. All right, so we have some state that we want to worry about. But with a soda. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this flow state's really fun. But it's not like a focused flow state. It's just like a, you know, just chipping away at it kind of flow state. Now, let me... Oh, hold on. Let's do some of this. Audio buffer. Yep, that makes sense to me. These disabled things, right? On stop, this would be set is recording false. Let's go find the element with the ID of start. Maybe. Nope. Here we go. Disabled is recording is true. Disabled is recording is false. Get rid of the IDs that we don't need. And bam, those are good to go. We're going to have to do some style stuff for sure. Setting the progress bar in text, that'll be a separate thing. Yeah. So Cody, yeah, Cody has a lot more context on like your code base rather than just relying upon the LLM and like other people's code. So Cody is actually indexing your code base. When we launch a new version of VS Code, right, like a new editor window, we actually see a little box saying like Cody is indexing your project. So really useful. All right, so the audio stuff we'll have to work on here in a second. We don't have a function for set audio, right? Nope, not yet. The media recorder stuff, yep, that'll have to be a thing. Progress bar stuff, yep. Wait, so we see the word translate. Where's that even being used? So module is passed to whisper here. I'm gonna guess that that's a Boolean? We're not sure what instance or module are yet. We'll work on that part. And then bam, we're into the HTML at this point. So when we look at this, we see styling, we see this dot value? Yeah. So thread's default value is 8. Oh. Oh, and yeah. There we go. Oh, I think I want current target. Progress is a number. Hold on. So yeah, I had a question for Tej about Pluto Lang. on Twitter. We just discovered Pluto Lang earlier today. Human Resources followed me. I don't think that's actually Human Resources. But yeah, so we asked him, hey, Tej, I'm curious what you think about plutolang.org. To me, it seems like it would be more useful if it could output native Lua code via a compilation step. Maybe it does, but I couldn't find it. So he then chimes in, never heard of it, but it looks cool. First impression is that it adds too many features to Lua. And we need a GIF. LOL. Boom, nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, and I'm really proud of this tweet, too. Right, so technically, Dex, right? Try not to be someone whose thoughts all come from a single book, person, or company. It'll fool a lot of people, but backfires with anyone that matters. My reply? I don't know. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is pretty versatile. There's a quote in the Hitchhiker's Guide for every situation. There is. There absolutely is. Right? Deadlines. I love deadlines. I especially love the whooshing sound they make as they go by. And the fact that someone else replied too? Damn right. Damn right. The word grok is not coined by Douglas Adams. I think grok is a... Is that an Asimov? Heinlein. Heinlein. Yeah, that fascist. Right? Heinlein also did Starship Troopers, right? Or am I mixing that up? Yeah, Heinlein. Yeah, that fascist. Here's the funniest part about Starship Troopers. The book itself is actually very, like, fascism heavy. For sure. It was not written as a satire. The movie is very much a satire. A satire done in a way that only Paul Verhoeven could. Right? If you don't know who Paul Verhoeven is, he directed RoboCop. Right? The scenes, I'd buy that for $1. Yeah, that is pure satire. Oh yes, soda enhancement algorithm confirmed. Oh, and this is not show progress, this is set progress. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Yegery. Welcome. All right, so hold on. Setting progress here is not what we expected it to be. Oh. There it is. All right, so we got a lot more to fix. Hey, what up, Coffee and Coding? How you doing? Oh, I probably did. Yeah. And he said that I can totally join. Wednesdays are typically not the best day. I'll be able to join on his Thursdays more often than not. But Wednesdays aren't the greatest day for me. Yeah, sorry, ads. So Wednesdays aren't the best day for me to hop into that. Thursdays and Fridays are fine, but yeah, Wednesdays aren't the best day because I should technically be wrapping up stream for gaming tonight. Wednesday is like a gaming session with me and Wormbane and normally James, but James is about to have a baby. So, you know. So tomorrow I'd be happy to join him. And he said that, like, last time I asked, he said, of course. So I would assume I can just join tomorrow if he's doing it tomorrow. Was it a good session? What did they talk about? Did I miss out? Would it have been like something that I have strong opinions about and I should have been there? Some of it maybe. Yeah. All right, makes sense. We've been kind of like almost in a flow state. Astro, Rust, and then Life and Finances. Yeah, I get that. Firebase versus Clerk, as far as like auth goes, interesting. Okay. I mean, you know me, I avoid Firebase as much as I can because there's too much vendor lock-in. If I'm being honest, Clerk has a little too much vendor lock-in for me as well. I really like Lucha in that regard. Lucha auth, I think, really like... Oh, hold on, not that one. Lucha auth, I think, really like emphasizes bringing your own database, etc., but still helping you do like the auth part in a really clean way. I look at Lucha as basically a much nicer passport. Again, this is nothing against the people I know that work at Clerk. They're awesome. I'd love to try it out and maybe be proven wrong. Totally. Ah, that makes sense, Coffee and Coding. Well, technically, if your server's in another state, are you good to go? Right? If your server's in the US, then is your data bound by that scope instead? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. It's worth understanding that. Yeah, it's like a whole huge portion of it is there's like a gray area between where the data is stored and where your users are and like what protections are there for that. So again, I'm not a lawyer. There's no liability you would get or no protection from liability you would get from my opinion here. I don't know. Don't take me as like the expert. Well, again, Coffee and Coding, if you incorporate the company in the US, does that avoid that? I would say talk to a proper lawyer in Australia because they would be more aware of like the wording and the stipulations of the law in Australia. But I really do wonder, like, if you're a US corporation and you're just a dude living in Australia, what is the differences there, if any? I don't know. Okay, so I want to get some food in my belly so I can be ready. Oh, hold on. Oh, we did text area with a capital A and it should be lowercase a. There we go. That should solve a bunch of that red. Cool. Cool. Tax issues would be an issue, yeah. Here's my next question, though, Coffee and Coding. Like, is your target market fully Australian-based? Or is your target market also, like, US-based, and it makes sense to just have a US-based company for that? Okay. Yeah, I think it depends. Look at it this way. I know you're aiming for worldwide. It's easiest to start out in one country and then solve the worldwide problem when you've actually like delivered upon that value. Right? When you've actually found your product market fit, etc., you can probably afford to hire a lawyer that helps you get other countries onboarded. So where would be your core market? Things like that. You may still benefit from incorporating in the US instead. I don't know. I have no idea. So Coffee and Coding, do you? I believe you could just pay for a registered agent to operate on your behalf. And registered agent's cheap. Yeah, like registered agents are extremely cheap. Yeah, it's not even that. They're just like the person that is like an intermediary between you and the state that you're incorporated in. Yeah. When incorporating a company, even in the US, if I wanted to incorporate a Delaware corporation, I need a registered agent in Delaware. Right? I live in Washington. I could operate as my own registered agent in Washington. But if I wanted to incorporate in Delaware, I would have to get a registered agent in Delaware. I feel like a lot of that still applies to like international stuff too. Again, I think you maybe need to talk to a lawyer in Australia, just to be sure. But yeah, so what we're looking at is we are not quite done porting over all this logic. We're getting really close, though. Like, really close. Like, so close that we could probably extract those out, put them up there, and then for this would be key in type of URLs. Is it key of? Yes, but I did it for the wrong thing. Yeah, I get it, Coffee and Coding, but for the most part, that's what an LLC is there to protect you from. There is a bit of a gray area where an LLC doesn't fully protect you if you're a single person operation, and that's a little tougher. But the limited liability corporation is there to shield you from your own personal liability. It's best when you are an actual company and not just operating as a sole proprietor, which offers zero liability protection. Oh, and yeah, so I needed to fix these anyway. Small is the 5-1, not 5-0. Ah. And then the large. Large dash Q50. Oh. All right. So we've done some of that. Again, yeah. I am not a lawyer, right? I have not passed the bar exam in any state. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Yep, solve that yourself, but this is just me speculating with zero knowledge about the actual situation. There we go. I think that covers me, right? This is not financial or legal advice. There you go. I just want to knock out some of the easiest bits. And yeah, so the set audio function we'll have to work on. I don't know where set audio is coming from. I don't know where instance is coming from. And module is actually from the whisper stuff that we generated. But we made some huge progress. I want to save what we got. Yeah. Okay, so we've done some good progress. We need to go raid someone. Who are we gonna go raid? I'm currently lurking the Coppinger. That seems like a good option to me. Let's go do it. Yeah, I need to get food in my belly. I told Worm I'd be ready by like 6:30. We're looking more at like 6:45 at this point. I went 20 minutes longer than I wanted to. Yeah, we're just doing the porting process for now, just to make sure that we get it to work and we get the functions we need for various things. And then from there, we get to actually start building out our UI that isn't going to look exactly like this, but we're going to have a section for configuration, a section for our nodes, and we're probably going to want to have like a tree view somewhere as well. So yeah, like realistically, this thing would get smaller. Whatever. I don't care enough. That thing would get smaller and we'd have like a tree view on the left that helps us get groups and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I don't know. There's going to be something that we want to like really like fiddle on the UI for. So fiddling on the UI is maybe the goal of tomorrow, etc. After we get everything ported. So, later, thank you for hanging out, and I'll see you again soon. And we'll see. I'll tell you tomorrow. And later, YouTube.